Great. Hi everyone, welcome to this fortnightly Tools for Frontline Staff session. We've got one presentation today from Ume, who's come along from the DWP to talk about UC transition, and then we'll have time for questions and discussion at the end. So I'm going to pass over to you, Ume, take it away.
Thank you so much, John. Hi everyone, my name is Umi. I'm here from DWP. I oversee partnership management in Hackney, and my main intention in being here with you all today is twofold. So firstly, it's to give you all a solid foundation in the migration to UC. So I intend to cover a few important points about that, but I'd also like kind of our time together to be as conversational as possible. So if I go through a particular point, you have a question, just hands up and ask it as and when, as opposed to doing a Q&A at the end, because that will clarify each kind of step of the process that I explain. Also, I'm hoping that this is one of several presentations that I could potentially run over the next kind of couple of months, because I know that there are other colleagues that would be kind of keen to hear this information and haven't been able to make it, etc. But additionally, if you have any feedback that you can give me about anything you hear, please also share that either here or via email. Right, is everyone ready to start? Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, so the move to, so as you all know, universal credit was introduced just over 10 years ago. And the intention was to streamline and simplify the benefit system to support those who aren't at work or on low income. And the initial plan was to migrate everybody on these legacy benefits. Sorry, who knows what the legacy benefits are? Probably have a mixed response. So the 6 legacy benefits, okay, some thumbs up, thank you. So the 6 legacy benefits that we're referring to here are as follows: child tax credit, working tax credit, housing benefit, income support, income-based job seekers allowance, and income-related employment and support allowance. So these are the 6 legacy benefits that to some degree or another, they're still around. And the idea is to migrate those definitely on the working age benefits onto universal credit. And the way that's going to take place now is in a very kind of specified, through a very specified route. Who here has clients that have already kind of moved over to universal credit because they've been on tax credit? Does anyone have any experience of this?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, I brought in universal credit for Hackney, so I've been transitioning.
Oh, fantastic.
The housing benefits side.
Fantastic. Yep. So so then you'll know that although there's a new kind of there's a new project at the moment to sequentially move a vast range of those on legacy benefits over to UC over the next year or so. In the past year, we've already been starting to move those on tax credits into universal credit. And the way the migration to universal credit is happening is through migratory routeways. So it's a person will move into UC from the legacy benefits through either the natural migration routeway, the voluntary migration routeway, or the managed migration routeway. So the natural migration routeway has always been there ever since UC was rolled out over 10 years ago. And this is essentially when a legacy claimant experiences a changing circumstance. So for example, they have a change in employment status and they need to make a new claim for a benefit that UC has replaced. So they'll naturally migrate onto universal credit. So that's pretty straightforward. Then you've got the second route into universal credit from any legacy benefit, voluntary migration. So this is where, after perhaps a customer has consulted with benefits calculators and seen that they could be better off on universal credit financially and or because of maybe the different support received through universal credit, they may voluntarily decide to migrate onto universal credit. This is something that will apply to roughly a third of customers who are kind of estimated to be better off on UC. So yeah, for those customers, we would encourage for them to move over. And how would you know if you're one of those customers? on gov.uk and the websites of various advice bureaus, there are benefit calculator links that we encourage customers to use. Now, the third migratory routeway is the most important because it requires the most care from all of us. So this is the managed migration route. So the managed migration route is the routeway through which somebody is invited by way of a migration notice to jump onto universal credit, to apply to universal credit. And the reason why the managed migration route is very important is because DWP estimates have shown that there will be a proportion of customers who are likely to be entitled to less money on universal credit than what they were getting on legacy benefits. However, if they migrate to universal credit via this specific managed migration routeway, they will receive something called transitional protection. And this transitional protection will give them a top-up amount in their monthly universal credit payment package to ensure that what they go on to receive in UC matches what they received on legacy benefit. But that transitional element component can only be accessed via the managed migration. And obviously, if an application to universal credit is made within the deadline as well. So the way that transitional element will work is, for example, if Jane is entitled to £800 on her existing legacy benefits and her UC entitlement is £600, this means that Jane's transitional element in her monthly universal credit package will be £200. So then her total universal credit entitlement, inclusive of the transitional element top-up, will be £800. The transitional protection element is not permanent. It's temporary, and it can decrease or end as and when the universal credit entitlement increases, or if there are other changes. So that's the situation with transitional protection. But in addition, transitional protection doesn't just give you an additional payment element. It also gives you access to universal credit where you otherwise wouldn't have access. For example, if you have money savings or investments over £16,000 and you receive tax credits for about a year, you'll still be able to transition onto universal credit. This is only for a year, whereas otherwise universal credit just wouldn't apply to you because you've got more than £16,000. Additionally, you can also claim universal credit via the transitional protection routeway if you're a full-time student in higher education until you or your partner finish the course.
How long does TP last for?
It lasts for until your universal credit entitlement changes. So if you have a change that substantively alters, i.e. increases your universal credit entitlement, then your TP will accordingly go down.
So if that never happens, does it stay in place?
Presumably, yeah. But there'll be conversations around kind of movement to work as part of being on universal credit, because universal credit is a working age benefit, of course. And so we'd be looking at trying to coach the customer to appreciate kind of what barriers they have, what their journey towards the labour market looks like, and what kind of support we can give them. But also, I was at a forum yesterday and I was asked a question, I think by Ella, who might be with us this meeting, about the benefits uprating, the uprating of the benefits. Are you with us, Ella?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Ella, so yesterday Ella asked a really great question about the relationship between the benefits being uprated by 6.7% and how that would affect transitional protection. So the answer to that is, whenever benefits are uprated by whichever percentage, this does decrease transitional protection. And the reason is because the benefit uprating has increased your foundational universal credit entitlement. It's increased your standard allowance, and everybody's standard allowance from April 2024 will be increased by 6.7%. And so accordingly, because UC has been increased on one end, your transitional element payment will be decreased on the other end.
So
that make-
effectively, TP could last years.
Potentially.
Um,
Potentially. Yep,
so
Terry.
students transferring in from housing benefits into universal credit, do they get this same protection?
There are slightly, so the protection around the money security, yes, but they would just have to give kind of more details around when their course finishes. All of those details will need to be known to really kind of specify things on a case-by-case basis.
No, it's just that most students that apply for universal credit currently are nil entitled because of the grants and the way that you treat them. It's
Mhm.
the way we assess them.
Yep.
We have disregards built in, and they get a fundamental level of rent
Yeah.
paid, whereas you would wipe her out. So I'm just wondering if the protection will protect that part of their benefit.
Yeah, that's a great question. So when a person in that situation in full-time education receives a migration notice letter, the best thing for them to do would be to contact the specific migration helpline that can advise them more specifically about what their situation will be. But as far as I know, the protection applies to those who are full-time students in higher education until they or their partner finishes their course. So they will be getting the same amount on universal credit as they were getting on legacy benefits, conditional upon their duration on their official course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this protection is only available through the managed migration routes. What we need to figure out as a collective is how do we ensure that this messaging is made clear to our community? How do we make sure that we are on hand to offer support, to offer clarity or awareness, information to those especially who are the most vulnerable, who may, for example, not be opening mail, not able to kind of comprehend the information in the migration notice letter, not have digital fluency to be able to kind of make a claim within the deadline in order to make in order to give access to transitional protection. So these are the kind of practical areas that I'd really like us all to start thinking about, so we can come up with a way to work together to really service our community in a way that helps. Sorry, I heard a beep. Is that a question?
Right, almost. Yeah, sorry. It was just about ideas of how to navigate around it. So
Okay, yep.
it would be like a link set up maybe where we can check, like putting in the customer's full name, date of birth, basic information, where to see if they're eligible for migration or not. If there was a specific link we could follow to check that, then we can check on behalf of customers to see if they should migrate at that point or if they're not due yet.
So in relation to kind of that information, I've been told that local authorities will find out who's migrated onto universal credit once that notice has been sent out. So it's not prior to it. So there isn't a database where we can kind of check individual residents. That can be accessed by partners. There is some data available to partners where third parties can get an insight into how many people in the area are claiming legacy benefits. So there is a link that I'm going to send to you all where you can have up-to-date information on kind of area-based numerical info on those on legacy benefits. But I appreciate that there is an interest in the number of claimants affected in each area, in addition to who is affected in each area, just so I suppose that level of customer service can be given. But that's just, that's not possible at the moment. What I will say though, is there will be someone quite senior from our Move to UC team hosting a call on the 15th of March. And I believe colleagues from Hackney LA have been invited. Is there anyone from the council that can confirm that? Brilliant. Ian Jones, I've got a thumbs up from Ian and I've got a nodding from Rachel. Hey, Rachel, great to see you on here. So what I would ask is this call is going to be taken by quite senior leaders in the Move to UC team. So even if this data isn't, even if it's not possible to share data like this, if perhaps you can express that there's a strong kind of interest and almost justification for it. And that will be really good to just kind of feedback at that meeting.
Yeah, you said there's a helpline, Emma. So would that be where they can check if they have to migrate or not? If they're not opening the post, as you say, if they're not sure what to do, is the helpline going to tell them, yes, you need to migrate?
The helpline details will be there once a person is inside the migration notice letter. So they will find the helpline details after they've opened the letter and they know that they're being migrated. So that's how they would access that. In relation to whether you can call the number and find out if you're being migrated, I'm going to share the number with you all. So if you do have customers who you think should be migrating, but for some reason aren't opening their mail, can't find their mail, etc., give that number a call and see what kind of assistance you can get. However, if you still have kind of doubts about whether this person is migrating or not, and they're not accessing their mail, it's yet to be confirmed, but we will be having a single point of contact at the local job centre who will be dealing with movement to universal credit queries, and they will have access to the universal credit portal and a lot more information that can provide more case-specific assistance to you all.
Okay, great, thank you.
But in addition to the single point of contact that we will have, we'll also have the ability to potentially make home visits. So what we need from you all is to keep us in the know about any vulnerable customers that you have that are in legacy benefits, that are likely to need additional support, that are likely to kind of not engage immediately, if at all. So then we can try and work together to see if there's any support that we can get to them in a timely fashion, because there's a 3-month deadline from the date of the migration notice to move into UC in order to tap into that transitional protection. There's an extension that can be given, and I believe that extension is around a month. And if you do apply even a month after your deadline has passed, you can get your UC backdated and you can get that transitional protection. The issue occurs is when you've kind of gone so far over that transitional protection component may no longer be available. We've got some questions. John, are you happy to kind of...
Yeah, I was just going to come in there and say that we've got some questions in the chat. Do you want me to go through them before you sort of carry on?
Yeah, let's have the questions.
Yeah, okay, great. I think you might have just answered this, but Stephen asked, what's the deadline for transitioning? So how long have we got, basically?
Yep, perfect. So I'm going to just pause on that question for a moment and just go over timelines. I will be sending timelines out to John for circulation to the attendees here, and I'll also be sending out links to things that I've mentioned, inclusive of the link that shows you your area-specific legacy benefit numbers, just so you guys can have some more context. But timelines are as follows. So migration notices will be sent out from April 2024, so in a few weeks' time, to the following people on these benefits: income support only, income support and housing benefit, so if they're on that pairing. If somebody is on a triple combination of income support, housing benefit and child tax credit, the other one, income support and child tax credit, and the final one for April notices is housing benefit combined with tax credit. So those 5 combinations will be sent out their migration notices from April onwards. So if you have any customers on these benefits, make them aware, keep it in your mind. And then from the date of them receiving their migration notice, they will have 3 months with that kind of extra month leeway for extension, given that there's the existence of a good reason. So you've got April, then you've got June. The migration notices being sent out from June is housing benefit only. So not housing benefit paired with anything else, because they would have already potentially been receiving it from April 2024. So from June only is when the housing benefit only migration notices start to be sent out. Your client may get it in July, but as in they're not likely, they won't be received. Nobody will be receiving it any earlier than June the 1st. Moving on to July. So in July, the migration notices for the following 2 benefits will be sent out: employment and support allowance, income related, combined with housing benefit and child tax credit, so that triple combination. And the second combination from July 2024 is employment and support allowance combined with child tax credit. So you've got 2 combination benefits being notified from July 2024. I think it's our ESA customers we need to definitely keep an eye out in a very kind of intentional way for reasons known. In August 2024, the penultimate kind of month for this wave of migration notices going out would be for those on pension age tax credits. And in September 2024, you've got migration notices being sent out to the following 4 types of benefit combinations: job seekers allowance, income-based only, then the JSA and housing benefit pair, then it's JSA and housing benefit and child tax credit, and the final one is JSA and child tax credit. So over the course of the next 5 months, in a staggered fashion, benefits that I have just listed will be notified for the move to UC at different points in time. So this time, compared to working tax credits, where the move to UC happened geographically, this time round it's happening sequentially in relation to the benefit that you're on. So this means that by next year, most of those on working age benefits would have been moved over to universal credit. However, those on ESA income related only and ESA combined with housing benefit, those 2 variations will be moved over closer to 2028. So these are the 2 that we're not going to move over in the next year or so. Are there any
Thanks.
questions around that at this point?
I was just going to say that I think you said you'd send me these timelines, but Penny, Penny's asked if there's a document with the timelines. So, and are they going to be? Where will that document be published as well? Are you going to publish it on? Is it going to be published anywhere online, or is it for us to kind of circulate?
Yeah, so we have an internal graphic at
Yeah.
DW where we've kind of clearly laid out the different benefits. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share the graphic, but I can share the information. And yes, the information is available online.
Okay.
A short while ago, the Minister of Employment, Joe Churchill, made an official statement. So I will, of course, link to that statement. It has a paragraph with all of these, with all this information. But I lay it out in a way that's easy to digest as well.
Perfect. There's lots of questions. I'm just going to try and get through them and perhaps group a few together as well. Similar to the question around timelines. Hannah's asked, is there a guidance pathway for professionals to support residents? So is there any DWP guidance for people who are working with residents directly?
Yes. So there are, I suppose, 3 broad forms of support that's useful to know about when it comes to this move. Firstly, there's self-serve guidance on gov.uk. I'll be sending the links, John, to everyone. And this self-serve guidance, of course, it's useful for you all to have sight of and understand because it clearly contains everything you need to know. There are also kind of more easily digestible promotional materials that have been circulated, especially when working tax credit was being moved over, and we did that in partnership with HMRC. I'll send out these kind of flyers, posters, whatever you call them, to you all. So please do acquaint yourself with that self-service guidance. The second one will be the dedicated telephone line. I'm going to give you guys all the number after. So there's kind of a human being who knows about the move to UC. This is a separate agent to your regular kind of UC helpline. So they're anchored within that team and they're trained to support with this particular move. We have conducted pilots, small kind of migration tests across the country, and that mainly took place in 2022, as well as kind of us taking learnings from the tax credit migration. And we saw consistently that this helpline was indispensable. It was valuable for those moving over to UC, and people calling this number were calling it repeatedly. Additionally, this telephone line is important for those who aren't so digitally fluent as well. So telephone line, the second form of help, and the third broad form of help is the ones that we can create locally. And so the local support that we're going to put together is naturally going to be centered around or what the JCP, who the JCP single point of contact is. And we're trying to figure out a way of making that accessible and effective by way of making sure that queries are answered, making in a timely fashion, of course, making sure that partners know to notify the SPOC if there's a certain vulnerable customer that they know of that will just kind of go into ostrich mode and not engage. So we know, and we can send our kind of advanced customer support service colleagues if necessary to contact the customer. And if this SPOC also needs to maybe co-locate in partner organizations, conduct awareness sessions, and we're happy and open and expect to be conducting several awareness sessions, not only about the move to UC, but also a UC awareness session. Appreciate that moving to UC requires information, but also you need to know what happens to someone when they're on UC. And we'd like all partner organizations to have a strong foundational awareness about what UC is, because we appreciate that there may be some misunderstandings and some perceptions around it. That would be really good to kind of just clear up. Is it a free helpline? Yes, Hannah, it is. Sorry, that question just popped up, John, but I'll let you, you've got no questions. I'll let you ask me.
No worries.
Yeah. So those three broad forms of support.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to come to another couple of questions in the chat, and then I'll go to the people who've got their hands up, because I know you've been waiting a while. Few comments from Batia in the chat. So she said the provision for someone who cannot do online is unworkable. Letters are not sent, and there is no help from the case manager, and the disability provision needs to be in place. So yeah, there's a question obviously around access, digital exclusion, disability, and then just an example of, she said that she's got some service users who have migrated and lost up to 5 weeks income. So it's a bit of very worrying examples there. So maybe if you could talk to the what happens if someone can't really do online, and just talk about what provisions are in place for people who lack access to the support.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you so much for asking that question. So in terms of the access available to those who cannot do a digital application, if they know that they've got to apply, but they're having problems in accessing a digital, they just don't know how to use a computer confidently enough, we have a DWP funded help to claim service, details of which I'll circulate to you all. I encourage everyone to use it. It's telephone based. Interpretation service is available for those who would prefer to engage in a different language. It's run by the Citizens Advice organization. I think they're up in Essex somewhere. But it's a great service. They help with the early stages of a universal credit claim, and they're primed to assist people making the move into universal credit too. So if somebody does not want or cannot or needs additional support, help to claim is the number to call, and they're the colleagues that you want to loop in. If useful for partners in this call, I can make personal introductions with colleagues in the help to claim service, so it's not just like a random blind number that you're calling. So if you anticipate that you have lots of clients that you'll be supporting in this manner, get in touch with me and I can make a personal introduction, so at least you have a contact within help to claim, which will be useful. So you've got help to claim service, you've got a number of spaces within Hackney and also within Tower Hamlets, and I don't see an issue of using neighbourhood spaces in neighbouring boroughs where there are free computers to use with no time limits, if access to a computer is an issue as opposed to digital skills. In addition, if they're on universal credit, we have something called the Flexible Support Fund, which some of you may know about because I talk about it every single time I do the rounds. It's essentially funding that a work coach has to pay for removing barriers that would otherwise block a person's progression towards the labour market. So not having a computer, not having a smartphone is considered a barrier. And so if a person needs it, they will be given one by the job centre. This isn't a loan, this is an outright grant, an outright kind of gift, because it helps them and it helps us to help them in this way. So there's that. And naturally, if somebody's offered a laptop, we also check if there's a need for a digital kind of skills course that's needed, and we link into the adult education colleges to also refer them into a digital skills course as well if that's needed. In addition, we have free to use computers in the job centre, and that's something I would recommend, because if you go into the job centre and use the computers that we have, which is located usually next to the front of house team, sorry, you'll have somebody from the job centre on hand to help you. They can't make the application for you, of course, but they can clarify things, explain things, reassure somebody, and colleagues on this call would be welcome to attend with a client to the job centre for this purpose. And you can also have somebody from Help to Claim on the phone with you at the same time while you're in the JCP to kind of double up on help. There's no reason why that shouldn't, why that can't happen.
And how do they? Penny just asked how do they actually get that support? Is it a message request on the journal?
For just going into the JCP for a computer, just walk in.
Penny, do you want to come in just so?
Yeah, hi
can
Penny.
you clarify.
Hi, yeah. So in some cases, you can speak to your work coach on your journal, can't you? So rather than having to go into a job centre, would they just be able to post a message on the journal where the job coach can see it and then request it that way?
So if they've got a work coach, then they're already on universal credit, so they wouldn't be migrating to universal credit. But if they're migrating to universal credit and need help to claim universal credit, then they wouldn't have a work coach. But what we can do is still offer the JCP service, as in they can come into the job centre to make that application, to speak to a JCP staff member, to speak to somebody on help to claim as well.
Yeah.
And also, I will. Once I'm confirmed who the staff member is, you will also know of our single point of contact at the JCP who will know about Move to UC.
Yep.
So you will have 3 kind of points of support as we kind of migrate that person onto UC. When they're on UC, they'll have a work coach. It will be so much smoother because then you have that one person potentially that you can kind of contact for a number of things.
Mm-hmm. But just to confirm, the flexible support fund is available for people before migration and after, is it?
So flexible support fund, some of those guys on legacy benefits would still have contact with the job centre. So that would be open to some of those guys on legacy benefits. Yeah. So
Yeah.
sorry, forgive me. I now understand why you mentioned the work coach, because they may still have contact with the
Yeah.
work coach if they're on some of those legacy benefits. Yep, have that conversation for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
If you're having any issues with particular conversations or you're not getting anywhere, do get in touch with me. And actually what I will do, John, is send you our partnership escalation document. So our partnership escalation document is a 2-pager, and it details staff names, managers' names, and managers' contact details in particular job centres. So if you have a customer who's kind of in the catchment of a particular JCP and you're not getting anywhere in terms of replies, you can just contact someone directly. This is a trusted document. It's for trusted partners only. So please keep it in confidence and do not share it with members of the public, because then our colleagues will be inundated with many queries. But that's a really useful tool to have.
Thanks, Amy. I'm going to come to Ian because you've had your hand up for ages. So do you want to come in, Ian?
Thanks, John and Umi. Just very quickly, I've
Sure.
got one burning question, but I cut the comments very quickly. With regards to the graphic you were talking about earlier, John, I have a copy of it. It's been shared with housing benefit managers, which obviously includes Hackney Council. It's restricted at the moment, so
Yes.
we can only share it internally.
Yes.
But you are an internal person, so I'm sure that's okay. And I'm sure Umi will tell me if I'm wrong with that respect. With regards to, there was a question in there from Stephen regarding what happens if they don't make the application. Well, their benefit stops is the key issue, which is why it's such an important point that we get everybody engaged in responding to the migration letter, which brings me on to my question, which is regarding the migration letter notices themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've identified that they'll be sent out in tranches, depending on the cohorts who are affected. But within that cohort themselves, for example, we've identified just 1,000 residents in Hackney who are on income support only and will be getting a letter sometime in April. Will they all be going out on the same day, or will they be sort of spread over a number of weeks?
That's a great question.
The reason I'm asking is because obviously if we know that we've identified somebody who should be getting a letter because they're in the tranche, we can respond slightly differently than saying you might be expecting a letter anytime in the next 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Makes sense. And I see how that makes complete sense in terms of operationally. Okay, so there are different. These are just plans, everyone. So these aren't confirmed, but I can share with you like a plan that we have within like a time frame within which we're going to send the migration notices. So I'll include this in the email, but just to give you a sample. So those on income support will get the migration notice from April, anytime between April the 1st to June the 30th. So
Right,
we have a
yeah,
3
so
month.
it could, effectively they won't all have the same date on the letter.
It
is
won't
what I'm
be.
trying to
No,
say.
no,
fair enough.
that's the logical impression I'm coming to from the graphics that we have internally. Yeah, so the migration notices, there's a time frame within which they'll be sent out, and the time frame differs depending on the benefit. So, for example, there seems to be a 3-month time frame within which a migration notice will be sent out to those on income support, but for job seekers allowance, I've only got in front of me a 1-month time frame for the notices to be sent out. So for those on JSA, you can more categorically say, look, you'll be hearing in the next 4 weeks in September. You won't hear in June, July, August. So we can have some kind of definites in that regard. I'll send out a time frame to you all as well when I send out the list of the benefits.
Yeah, I think this is something we're probably obviously going to need to discuss in forthcoming and upcoming meetings. But
Yep.
That's a key piece of information that we're going to need
Understand.
if we're going to be able to respond and resource allocate on this. And sorry, Neil, you had a question in there about why we have not. This is automatically being transferred onto UC. I think the answer is, and Umi, forgive me, but this is an opinion I've gained from elsewhere, is that part of this exercise is also about data cleansing, which is why we need people to actually physically make an application, or why the DWP, I should say, want people to make a physical application so we can data cleanse and check that the data that the DWP hold is still current and relevant.
I mean, there's definitely some house cleaning side effects that come from this kind of movement. Yes.
Yeah. And I'm not being critical, just in my head, these are some
Yes.
of those vulnerable people we've got. Surely we could do that after we've moved them. I know that means a state might pick up a bill for some incorrectly paid benefits, but there must be a channel to get that. It strikes me as we're putting a lot of onus on the most vulnerable people we've got. And
Yeah.
It's not a criticism, it's just an
No.
observation.
No, thank you so much for sharing that. Can you just repeat it, because the audio is quite low for me, and something about vulnerable people being moved. Sorry.
So by definition, these are
Yes.
financially vulnerable residents. They may have other vulnerabilities.
Yep.
And if this is being used as a data cleansing opportunity, I'm just thinking, why isn't that being done after the event rather than making it more difficult for those residents, because some of them won't engage with it? I just think, so I'm trying to pick my words carefully. We're relying a lot on people who, for whatever reason, maybe don't want to engage, whereas we could move them lock, stock and barrel and do this retrospectively as a data cleanse. But that's just my thoughts on it. It just seems we've got all the information on your side and our side to do this at a click of a button, simplifying it hugely.
Yeah.
And yet we're writing out to thousands of residents, of which, even if 10% don't reply, that's a huge amount of lost benefit for people.
Yeah, completely appreciate the feedback. Just to be clear, the move to UC from the legacy benefits is to streamline all the benefits into one unitary system. I suppose at this stage, speculations around data cleansing is, I suppose, just down to logical analysis about what will happen when people are migrated over and those that don't, etc. So that's not kind of like a formal point in support of the move to UC, but I appreciate how things would be simpler if it was just like a click of the button, instant migration onto UC. There's something to be benefited from engaging with UC in this manner as well, because when a person is on universal credit, it's a working age benefit, so the assumption is that they're able or ready to work, and if they're not ready and able to work, there will be that there are many accommodations that can be applied to them, so they won't be kind of expected to go to work if they've got particular issues and so forth. But the idea is that there's a certain level of engagement that's required, and so that engagement, that the tone is being set almost at the pre-stage, not just at the stage when you're inside. So there are kind of loads of, I suppose, behavioral reasons around it, as well as just the fundamental reason of streamlining it into one system, because universal credit is at a stage now in its evolution where it can handle these kind of 2.6 million people coming into universal credit from legacy benefits. But your feedback, and it's not being taken critically, it's really valued, and I will be kind of passing it back to the move team, and I hope that most of you will also be present at the 15th of March call as well.
It's certainly a matter we'll be raising.
No, fantastic. Fantastic. Great. And let me know how it goes when I come back on this call in a few weeks' time.
Umi, I have no problem. I will share that feedback with you. No worries.
Fantastic. I think we've got other hands. John, over to you.
Yeah. I was just going to bring John Sadiq in. You've had your hand up for a while, so thanks for waiting.
Thank you, John. I work for an organisation for adults with learning disabilities.
Yeah.
I spoke to them recently, and not one of them knew anything about this migration.
Got it.
And so I was just wondering, will you be following Equalities Act guidance and providing reasonable adjustments for those people that require information in easy read?
Information. Thank you so much, John, for that question. Information should be available in a variety of formats. All guidance that needs to be followed will be followed, is being followed. But what I will do is let me go back and actually confirm the different formats the information is available in, and get that to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Just to add as well that a lot of our members, they receive, well, some of them actually don't receive any support whatsoever throughout the week, and things like opening post and stuff, or making sense of letters. But even even if they were able to read it, the level of support that they would need to actually go through this migration process, I think I'm just sensing that there's going to be a whole lot of mess to be cleared up for a lot of people. I mean, there's over 4,000 to 5,000 people in Hackney and City with a learning disability, of which only about 600 people receive any kind of support through adult social care. So I'm just seeing a whole load of problems here for our client group.
There are going to be some issues, and there are going to be many issues that we can help mitigate the consequences of if we all kind of keep each other in the know. So my kind of request to you all is, once I get the stock detail to you, and I will shortly, is to, subject to the consent of the customer, of course, let us know who these people are. Let us know who's likely to have difficulties, so they're on our radar. Because that's crucial to us being able to extend the various types of discretion, easement and accommodations that we have. If we don't know, we don't know. So please just make us aware. And John, if you have access to these details, please stay in touch. Perhaps we can invite John to be part of a working group of some sort as well, please.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, both. I'm going to come to some more of the questions in the chat. Stephen's asked around, do you know the numbers of residents receiving the different benefits, including other demographic profiles? With a view to that helping BCS organisations that work with specific communities. So do you have numbers on how many people are claiming different benefits in Hackney, and is that broken down by different demographic characteristics?
Yep, we do. So that's there is information available by way of like an area specific. So the area unit is as low as it goes. It doesn't go down to individual customers. But yes, if you wish to know how many people in your area are claiming legacy benefits, just to give you an indication of the context you're working within, the numerical context you're working within, I'm going to give you a link. You know what? Let me just put it into the chat, so you all can have a little browse whilst we're on the call together. I'll also be sending this out in the chunky email I sent to John, either Friday or Monday. Have you all got that?
Perfect.
It's just there. So have a little play around with that, with the database through that link.
Great, thanks for me. I'm just going to try and scroll through the chat, and just because there's probably quite a few I've missed. Sorry, come in, Amy.
And whilst you kind of organise the questions, I'll take this opportunity just to talk about some of the discoveries, pilots, learnings that we've had from the movement to UC so far. And what I will do is I'm going to share 2 links with you that details the learnings, the quite specific and valuable learnings from the movement that's already taken place via tax credit. The tax credit migration, but also the wider movement to UC that took place in 2022 across 500 residents in Harrow, and they contain information about a range of customers and how they were each dealt with, and they each had varying types of kind of fluency with digital issues, vulnerabilities, complexities. It was a whole mixed group, and you can read how that was dealt with. So I'm going to send you those 2 links because they report how that was dealt with. But generally, our kind of discovery phase showed that, you know, the circumstances for every household is different, but on the whole, households are able to kind of make that move to universal credit. That was the case for tax credits, and that makes sense because they would be the more digitally kind of capable. But what we knew that we had to do was try and increase understanding, especially around transitional protection, and just being sure that we engage with customers at the optimal time. So again, this just comes back to us working together and figuring out what kind of awareness campaign can we run as a local offering to our community to ensure that 3 or 4 kind of headline points about the move to UC is crystal clear to everyone. And the headline points is clearly about the managed migration, the notice letter, the helpline, the local help available, the guidance, what transitional protection means, and what UC is, what it looks like, how life will be like on UC. So if we can kind of just have those thoughts in mind, that would be fantastic.
Great, thanks, Amy. Manisha, I mean, this was a while ago now, so it might have already been answered, but Manisha's question, ESA income related, will this include anyone in either support groups too?
Will this include anyone in what, sorry?
In either support group too?
Either support group?
Yeah, well, income, ESA
oh,
income.
Right, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So ESA income related only and ESA combined with housing benefit, they'll be moved closer to 2028. So they will not be moved in the next year. The only combination that will be moved is if they're on ESA and housing benefit and child tax credit. And if they're on ESA and child tax credit. So those 2 variations of ESA will be moved over. Again, I'll detail this in the email that I send out.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Shahidul's question, what is the role of the visiting team? Will this only be for ID verification or to actually help the customer make the claim?
Depends what's needed and what the severity of the need is. So if a visiting team is needed for ID reasons, if that need is kind of accepted, I don't see why not. But if it's to do with something more severe, for sure, we can arrange a visiting team.
The only reason I was asking is currently, I think you have a visiting team, but they will only do the visit to verify the person's ID, but not actually help to make a claim. So we had a case a while back where we actually helped someone to make a claim, but because they're homebound, they couldn't do the whole ID verification. They didn't have enough digital footprint to do the digital route. So a visiting officer went in, but they wouldn't be able to help to make a claim. So yeah, I just want to clarify. So if we've got a bunch of residents who need a visit to help to make a claim, do you have a visiting team who'd be able to do that? Or is that obviously that's going to fall on the housing providers?
Yeah, I mean, it would be great if colleagues can assist with this, but I suppose the idea behind needing to visit someone is if there's like a complete kind of close to complete disengagement or they're really far away from that move. But once we get contact and establish contact, the idea will be to assist the person to access the application. So that would be kind of passing over the information for the help to claim service. So making sure that they have access to that telephone number so they can have a caseworker assigned to them via the help to claim service. And so whilst it wouldn't necessarily be the person visiting, sitting with them, helping to claim, but I'm sure that, you know, in the way we would do in the JCP, we can point things out if they've got a laptop, for example, or if they don't, we can just be with them whilst that call is being made to help to claim, or maybe arrange a subsequent visit. But yes, you're right in the sense that the JCP staff wouldn't be able to kind of provide intense support for the application to UC. But that's only because we have a dedicated team available to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys. I'm just going to come to Stephen's comments in the chat and take them together. It's really around, working with voluntary sector partners and the sort of trusted partners that the council has, and could they sort of become essentially trusted partners with the DWP? and yeah, treat it as a UC trusted partner and make queries to the DWP/Hackney on residents' behalf. Because residents will often work with those organisations and might be reluctant to sort of contact the council or the DWP. Yeah, so yeah, is it possible basically to set up a route for trusted voluntary sector partners to sort of be able to represent residents on their behalf when making claims and migrating onto UC?
Absolutely. And really keen to ensure we give life to a setup like that. And I know that you know, a few of us, including colleagues on this call, are working on to kind of figure out how what that looks like, what the mechanics will be around that, even where the physical presence of these colleagues will be. If you have any ideas, suggestions, please do get in touch, because this is a work in progress. And this is, you know, this is a long-term kind of exercise, right? This is going to be present for over a year. So I'm keen on just getting something started and getting something in place and not having the perfect model as, like, you know, from day one. But yes, if you have any suggestions, any locations, and anything that can help, please get in touch. John's come in, and is that a question to do with what we're discussing right now, or?
Yes,
Yeah?
it is.
Okay, come in.
Sorry, I just want to say, have you considered the fact that there's likely to be a risk of potential financial abuse if people are looking, investigating people's financial states? So a lot of vulnerable people could be in a situation where they're at risk. And is that so? That those kind of safeguarding factors that need to be in place, really.
Yes, those safeguarding factors are definitely in place. They're definitely in place. If there are any specifics that you have in mind, do reach out, and we can try and come out with a more kind of specific response to anything that you may have in mind. But yes, of course, these safeguards are absolutely present. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking as far as just working with someone on a one-to-one basis. You know, often I find that in order to get a clear picture of their situation, you actually have to be looking at the documents that they have, and often they're in their own home.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily aware of the significance of those documents. So I'm just thinking that some people who, if they haven't been working with people in that capacity before, and they're suddenly now in that position where they are visiting people's homes and going through their financial documents and savings accounts and all that kind of stuff. I just think that just needs to be considered as a potential risk. That's all.
Definitely, I agree with you, and thank you for highlighting that. Just to mention, those staff members who are in the visiting team have kind of special additional training in order to deal with these situations. And because when somebody needs a visit, somebody is in quite a vulnerable situation for many reasons, and they're trained to handle that in many ways. Yes, so if you're interested, John, maybe I can try to set up a call or something of that sort between somebody from my visiting team and yourself, if you'd like to kind of know more about that kind of interaction we have.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, John. John Sadiq, over to you, John Davis.
Thanks, both. Question from Batia in the chat. How do we get extra support for the severely disabled? I assume you mean with migration and applying for UC, Batia. Is there specific support there for people who are severely disabled with moving across to UC?
So if we know who they are and know that they need the support, we will absolutely come up with a plan, as in local JCP staff members, but also the colleague on the Movement to UC helpline can support with this. We can come up with a plan to work together. This will definitely be on a case-by-case basis, which kind of goes back to one of the central things that we need to ensure we're doing, that people are known to us, especially the ones that are the most vulnerable.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to go down through the chat now. Hannah's asked, around methods of contact. Is the letter the only method of contact regarding the migration? What about people living in unsettled temporary accommodation who might be moving around quite a bit?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer to that. I know that letters the main way. I know that customers are sent text messages to remind them. And I know that whenever a customer sent a text message, they're usually prompted into applying, and we have peaks connected to the notifications being given out. In relation to those with unstable addresses, presumably the legacy benefit they're on would have their official current address. But let me look into that for you. Who asked that question, John?
It was Hannah, who's in my team, so I can link you guys up.
Yeah, if you can just send me that question as well, because I'd really like to get some clarity on that, just to know what kind of measures we have in place to serve that scenario. Thanks, Hannah.
Perfect. Another one on sort of comms and engagement. Penny's asked, are you planning any outreach sessions, such as visiting local organisations to support the migration, as it may help? And yeah, just having one advisor at a job centre doesn't seem enough.
Yeah, agree. So trying to come up with a plan, and absolutely want to do outreach sessions. We can diarise them in. It will be myself and potentially another colleague kind of just doing these sessions. I don't anticipate needing kind of more than 30 to 45 minutes at a time, so we can pack quite a few in. We can do the rounds. They can be actioned from April, mid-April onwards, only because I'm on annual leave. But if there's a need to have a session before then, I can bring in my partnership equivalents from other boroughs to come in and deliver it. So if you have any outreach sessions that you'd like to deliver in the next few weeks, get in touch and we can start kind of maybe, I can put it on a list of a spreadsheet just to know that there are organizations that we need to get to within a period of time. I'd love to have like a drop-in situation where customers or partner organizations or something can just kind of drop in with ad hoc questions, or otherwise. So I'm trying to figure out how that would look like, what that would look like. In relation to one staff member at the job centre kind of taking all these queries, you know, resources are always typically stretched, and the work will be shared with the JCP, but operationally it just makes more sense having queries connected to one area come through one person, just to help manage it and to have that one source of accountability. In terms of wider comms, we're working on it at the moment. I know Rachel's focused on that. We're trying to just get all the key information together so we can have all the comms in a nice document for everyone in one place, and not in kind of 5 different publicly available sources, which is the case at the moment, as helpful as they are.
Thanks, Amy. Ian, did you want to come in?
Very quickly on that last point, Umi, about sub-regional approach. I mean, I understand obviously that Job Centre Plus and doesn't have the same boundaries, political boundaries and social boundaries that we do. So I just wondered whether or not, again, if we're going to be calling in people from other Job Centre Plus areas, you know, I'm assuming that there'll be a very close match in terms of the offer that's made within each of those organisations or those areas, as it were.
Oh, as in if I bring in a colleague from a different borough to support?
So a colleague. Yeah, so if you bring a colleague over from Tower Hamlets, they're going to be effectively having the same script about what's on offer.
Yep. Exactly.
In that respect, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if it comes to a point where a partner on this call tells me that they believe there's a strong enough reason to have an outreach session in the next 2 weeks, I'm away in the next 2 weeks, but I still want to get the outreach session done, I'll give a comprehensive handover to a colleague who can take that, and it will be Hackney specific. So it'll be as though I've done it. Hi, Penny.
Right, just relating to that, I think when I meant outreach, what I actually meant was, rather than just going through questions like this, would be to physically help someone migrate. So when the time comes, can we have outreach where someone sat there on a computer at a local organisation, and we have people help switch to migrate if they're due?
So that would be where the help to claim service comes in, because they have a team of people. In terms of in person, that is over the telephone. Yes, in terms of in person, it would have to be located in the JCP if the person wants to come in there and use a computer there, if they want access to JCP staff at the same time. We just don't have that capacity to have like in-person JCP staff at different locations
Yes,
assisting with applications to that degree.
that's a no then. Yeah, that's fine. Just so I know. But
Thank you.
That's what I meant for the outreach.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you
Thank
for coming on and clarifying.
Thanks, everyone. There's a couple more questions in the chat, but I'm not sure if they're directly related to UC. So Titilayo, if you're still on the call, do you mean support for digital skills development to help people migrate to UC, or do you just mean in general? I don't know if you're still on the call.
Yeah, excuse me. Hi, everyone. I think when Yumi talked about helping people to develop skills, I was just wondering if she can provide some information, maybe for digital skills or
Yeah.
for people who want to develop skills to get them back to work. Because I have few clients who are looking for opportunities to develop their skills whilst they are already on universal credit.
Perfect.
So I was just
Absolutely.
wondering if she has those information.
I definitely have this information, and I have something better than just information about current availability. It's within scope of certainly my role to commission in new employability provisions if we have one, if we have a gap. So for example, if you think that the particular type of digital skills training is required for a particular group in the community, we can look to bringing in a employability provision to serve this group in the community. It could be for as few as 10 people. All I really need is a business justification for us to be able to tap into that funding to procure in a provision like this. So absolutely, there are several types of really excellent employability support provisions available once a person is on universal credit. And once they're on universal credit, it's not to say that everyone's ready to work from tomorrow. It may be that they have a longer journey towards the labour market, have more barriers. English may not be a strong language, let alone a first language. There could be health issues. There could be a number of things. The idea is we'll meet a person wherever they are. But on universal credit, there are systems and there are mechanisms in place within which we can support someone to just become economically independent one day. And they decide which day that is. But in the meantime, we want to support in the way we can. And we can through FSF funding, through provisions, through signposting to courses, having that hopefully meaningful relationship with the work coach. Or a specialist in the job centre if they warrant it. Like we have disability employment advisors within the job centre. So for really complex customers, they wouldn't just be seen by the work coach, they'll be shifted over to our DEA colleagues. But yeah, I can definitely send you information about what we have available right now. And also I'm open to conversations about potential employability provisions that you think may be helpful that aren't available, or if you just want to know if they are, drop me a message.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Titlayo.
The question from Batia around help for the housebound. I'm assuming this is again a case of flagging that with you guys, with me, and then dealing with it on a case by case basis.
It's exactly that, and I really appreciate you being asked these questions, because I'm getting the strong sense how this is a really key issue with partners in the community. So I'm definitely going to take this back and see kind of to make sure that everyone knows that this is an issue, but just to kind of confirm the way we're going to deal with it in addition to what I've mentioned in this call. But appreciate that this is a pressing issue for most partners.
Great. There's a question from Laura in the chat. I'm not sure what was happening in the discussion at the time, so I don't know exactly whether it relates to UC or what part of the discussion. I don't know if you're still on the call, Laura, if you want to come in. It was around some of our beneficiaries from the community stay at the hotel. I'm assuming you mean a hotel for asylum seekers, but not sure. I don't know if you're still on the call, if you want to come in and clarify. Just scrolling down to see if they're still on the call. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's. I don't know if you can see that comment. I mean, it might make more sense to you, but it's some of our beneficiaries from the community stay at the hotel, but they have just to eat hotel food and not to cook, and they do not get any income from the government, but they are eating the same food every day. Why this change? I don't know if that. I don't think that's probably related to UC. I think that's
right. I mean, if they're not getting any income from the government, presumably they're not on legacy benefits, so they wouldn't be moved on to UC. But Laura, if you have if you want to have a conversation about kind of benefits eligibility and so forth, and if it is to do with kind of asylum, refugee kind of customers, we do have the refugee program at job centres at the moment. I can definitely connect you to a colleague who can have a conversation with you around that, just to give more information if that's useful.
Great, thanks, Amy. I think I might have made it through all the questions in the chat, but if I haven't, and someone thinks I've missed their question, please put your hand up, or anyone else, feel free to put your hand up, because we've still got about 20 minutes left to ask questions. So yeah, does anyone want to jump in?
Hey, Shahidul.
Hi, Ume. I think this question probably for Ume and someone from the council. So you mentioned that when notifications are sent out, the local authority will be notified. Is there like, who would that be, and that data will be shared with housing colleagues as well?
Yep. So there is a way that this is done. There's an what is it? I think it. Just a moment.
You mean
Is it the MP?
UCDF?
Does MGP1 mean anything to anyone here?
MPG1 is the notification that we send from benefits to Universal Credit. Our UC notify us is usually HB stops.
So what I've been told is, in terms of information shared, so the two types of information sharing. So in relation to information being shared with local authorities, I know monthly profiles and benefit combinations for April and September has been shared. I know whilst there isn't a kind of a detailed breakdown of when their claimants will move, because the only time LAs will know if someone has claimed or failed to claim will be when we send DWP send LAs the MGP one. Does that sound correct or not?
No, you send us a stop. HB stop.
Okay, cool.
But isn't that once they made a claim and
exactly
the housing cost element has been verified? So it's just, I think maybe I heard you wrong, but I think you said when the notifications are sent out, that's when the local authority will be notified who they've sent the notifications out to.
I think we'll also get atlases in respect of the legacy benefits ending.
But that's at the point when they haven't made a claim, and it's it's too late by that time. I'm just thinking, if you're notifying different cohorts, like the next cohort I think is in April, are you going to be sending notifications to the local authority to say, okay, we've sent 1,500 notifications to this group of residents, and will the local authority be aware who it is?
So I don't have the answer to that question. I don't think the answer is yes to that. Also, I'd like to correct something that I said in error earlier. So thank you for giving me this opportunity too. So in relation to SRS landlords, resident-specific information cannot be given, definitely not before we issue a migration notice, but we can only really share information with SRS landlords at the point a claimant has made the claim to UC. So our regulations only allow DWP to share info with SRS landlords at the point a claimant has made a claim to UC. So not able to share information with landlords at the point a migration notice is issued. So I said that in error earlier.
Okay. Okay. The reason I'm bringing it up is we know who the vulnerable residents are in our. We've got information. We've got housing officers who know, income officers who know who the vulnerable residents are. So if we get sight of, okay, the notifications are going out to so and so residents, then we can kind of say, okay, we know who the vulnerables are, vulnerable residents are. What support we can put in support to help them to make the claim. And you mentioned that we can let you know. We won't know until we know who's going on to Universal Credit, until the resident approaches us to say, I've got this notification.
So you have the timeline, right? So you know, so by kind of like a deduction method, you know who is likely to be notified at what time broadly, because you now know who in which benefit will be going. So we can communicate that to customers beforehand.
Yeah, maybe this will make we don't have access to that benefits information as a landlord. But I think
Right.
maybe Ian would be able to answer. I think he's got his hand up, but yeah.
Because yeah, you know, obviously as part of kind of ongoing learning, we need to explore what other options are there to share information earlier, completely understand the value of sharing that information. But it just seems as though it's quite limited, the information that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
shared in
I
relation to
understand.
what you're asking. But again, on the 15th of March, please raise this. But you know, what we're doing is essentially informing stakeholders 2 months ahead of issuing the migration notices, which is what we've been doing here. So you're ready to support in a way that's practical, but appreciate it's not as kind of laser focused as what would be ideal. Ian, hi.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to come back on that. I think my understanding is that we'll be given details of volumes, not the individuals who have received the letter. So we won't get told that John Smith of so and
That
so
makes
address
sense. Okay.
has been sent a letter. We'll be told that we've sent out X number of letters to residents in Hackney who have these characteristics, are in receipt of these legacy benefits. So we get those broad numbers, but we won't have the individuals. The problem we have, and I'm speaking purely from a Hackney perspective here, is we don't know what we don't know. We know we've got our databases and we match those with the DWP, and we can make assumptions about volumes and numbers and the variable clients. But if they don't have a prior contact with the council, and particularly with the benefits department, as I say, then we just not, we won't know anything about them. There will be a number of residents in there who have no contact with the benefits team in Hackney, but who are going to be transferring over to legacy benefits. So effectively, because they're either not claiming their housing benefit or council tax support or something along those lines. So I mean, it is an issue, Sheedle, and it's one we're going to raise on the 15th about how we might preempt that and how much data mining we can do to actually support that. But from your perspective, I'm afraid, it's very much a case of if you've identified or you've got a list of people or an understanding of who your vulnerable clients are, then you may have to do some preemptive work on that.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you. I'll probably bring it up on the 15th as well. I think it's a massive piece of
it's a huge piece of work,
yeah, that's missing, and a lot of it is going to fall on the landlords and the support agencies to help these residents. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you both.
Thanks, everyone. Stephen, do you want to come in?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and thanks for the presentation, just how much flexibility is there? Like, is all the offers that you've mentioned, are they just part of the central DWP offer, or are they specific, or do we have license to shape them specifically for Hackney? Just because great that the DWP are adopting this kind of like support offer, but I'm just thinking about some of our communities that kind of, we have a very diverse community, like a significantly large Haredi community and other communities, and I'm just trying to think, firstly, any resident might not be receptive to a statutory officer coming through their front door, knocking on their front door to offer any level of support. And it's just the fact that our BCS will be inundated when these letters arrive on people's doorsteps. So I just wanted to ask just a bit more, like, is the offer that's available from DWP the sort of national offer, so any area can kind of like utilize that offer, or do we have scope to shape an offer specific for Hackney, because Hackney is very unique in terms of the profile of its communities?
We definitely have that scope for sure. Whether other districts are also kind of bringing in their local teams as extensively as we certainly want to hear is debatable. But yes, we want to find a way to get this information to those communities, especially perhaps harder to reach communities due to digital barriers like the Haredi community. Definitely want to link in with those partners. If you have contacts to these partners, and we have a few, of course, let's get connected and let's do kind of in-person awareness sessions, so we can get this information to those communities as well. Because really the only specific flexibility available around the move to UC is that month following the 3-month deadline. In in relation to us still accessing transitional protection and having the UC backdated outside of that month, it gets a bit trickier.
Is there scope to go beyond just awareness though? Because a lot
Yeah,
of these
so
organisations will, like the residents will be turning to these organisations to ask them to advocate, to represent them throughout that, you know, like whether or not it's digital awareness, just to helping them with that. Like, is there a lot more than just communications and just general awareness? Because that might not necessarily meet my needs, for instance.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that, and that's a really great point. It's about kind of equipping somebody with tools as well. I mean, we can definitely signpost to courses and stuff. Help to claim is going to be key in this in relation to that intensive support claiming UC that will be needed. That's not an in-person support provided by the local JCP, but you can go to the JCP to have someone kind of around you to support, but that intensive support is provided by Help to Claim. And so I'll be keen on getting that known to people in the community. Because once they're on Help to Claim, they'll have like a specific caseworker as well over the phone.
It's just a journey to get onto that Help to Claim, you know, like it's still a statutory office or a statutory commissioned agency, isn't it? Which is still going to be some hesitancy to sort of like accessing that. That's all.
Yeah, it's DWP funded. It's delivered by a cab, but yeah, appreciate that there might be some kind of perceptions or around engaging with that. I mean, in terms of trust, would information like this be better received from you guys? If that's the case, we can work with that too. Give you all the information that we have available so you can communicate it if there's a trust issue connected to statutory partners.
Didn't know if you want to come back on that, Stephen, but I think that sounds
I think it'd just be useful, like maybe outside
Yeah.
of this meeting, to sit down and like maybe have a conversation about how we can work better. I know that there's just going to be this workshop in a few weeks time, but just to talk about how we can either upskill VCS organisations to assist residents, and I mean
Great
practical
idea.
upskilling,
Yeah.
but then there probably has to be something on DWP side to say. I think there was a question that was put at the start of this workshop about organisations making the claim either alongside the resident or on the resident's behalf, but we need to upskill organisations so that they can possibly assist that resident with their claims, but then also upskill organisations so that they kind of understand all the pitfalls in terms of the advice that they're probably giving to a resident as well.
Understand. So do you think something like so instead of just an awareness session in the way we're running here, like a Q&A format, something like a workshop for certain partners, perhaps from like the Help to Claim team, is that what you
possibly
think useful?
Possibly.
Let's explore options.
I think it's probably like a question to put to organisations to find out from them precisely what sort of support that they feel that they would need, and what the level of that support should be, and the frequency of that support should be as well.
Absolutely, I think that's a great shout. But also, as mentioned earlier, I'm keen on getting some support started first. So yeah, so even if what we offer in the first instance isn't what we ultimately want, I'd like us to start looking at something. So it may be, Stephen, that your suggestion of kind of having this workshop or whatever it looks like may come a bit later because it's a bit more energy and time intensive. But yes, so just to let partners know that it's an organic way we're dealing with things.
Thanks, Amy. Glyn, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, John. Thanks, Ume, for coming to speak to us too. I just want to go back to a point just to clarify a question. So I think we always knew that we weren't going to get a breakdown of, the particular individuals who are migrating. We were just going to get a summary of the groups which you've given us. But I think what we were expecting, as we get for everyone who the DWP want us to stop paying housing benefit to, where they know that we are paying housing benefit, is that we get a stop notice. Now, I think we were assuming for the migration cohorts that when the DWP want us to stop paying housing benefit because they've kind of reached that 3-month point, that we would get a stop notice, and we would get that regardless of whether they've made the claim for UC or not, because of, as I understand it, their kind of legacy benefit has to stop even if they haven't made the claim for UC. And we were kind of thinking of creating, firstly, that would prompt us to stop the housing benefit. Secondly, that could potentially prompt us to do some follow-up actions as well. So yeah, I just want to definitely confirm, will we still be getting, in the same way that we do at the moment, via UCDS, a stop notice from the DWP, from everyone who is migrating, regardless of whether they've claimed UC or not?
That's a great idea. And I've been told about MGP1, and I know that colleagues on the call have corrected that and said it's a stop notice. So unless I've been told in error, what I will do is I will confirm that that is still taking place. By logical extension, I don't see why it won't be taking place, but I can see how that is a really smart way of dealing with this. So in summary, I will get back to you, Glyn, and I'll see John as well.
So
And
Thank you very much. Thanks.
the MPG one is something that we send to you guys.
Yeah,
you don't send them to us.
yeah,
Also, if we're not registered for the interest inside Searchlight, we don't receive a HB stop. So will you send us the HB stops whether we're interest linked or not?
Okay, thank you for adding that on. I will pass that question on, and I will try and get you the answer. But additionally, if you can ask that on the 15th as well, that would be great.
Thanks, everyone. There's just one question in the chat that I don't think I got to, which hopefully you'll be able to answer that fairly quickly, Amy. But and then I'm going to pass on to Jenny to wrap up. So, David, I didn't want to miss your question. What signposting protocols are in place to assist those in need of emergency food parcels now that the DWP has ceased to act as referrer to charities such as the Hackney Food Bank?
So we have, if anybody is in need of emergency food, they attend, and the job centre front of house staff will print out a list of organisations offering that support, and will also encourage the resident to visit the HSE, where I believe a referral can be made. So we don't officially refer, but we do give information, and that information will be given to whoever asks for it when they visit the JCP.
Okay, thanks, Amy. I think we've only got 2-3 minutes left, so I think I'm going to pass on to Jenny to wrap up. But yeah, just a massive thank you from me, Amy, for coming along to this session, and yeah, great questions from everyone. And yeah, you're very welcome to come back. Amy, it sounds like that'll probably be a good idea, just as the process rolls out.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant.
I'm on annual leave for the next couple of weeks, but what I'd like to do is I'll be like consistently attending these sessions, so I can just pick up questions like on an ad hoc, casual basis, not just like on a formal Q&A here. Pauline, I know you've got your hands raised. We don't have time, but drop me a message if it's something that you need from me. But over to you, Jenny.
Thanks so much, Ume. I just wanted to say, I think your transparency about what you know and what you don't know, and your openness to all the questions and concerns of those in the meeting have been really helpful. And I, on behalf of all of my colleagues, I know we're really grateful. I guess I want to just let those of you know who aren't in the kind of internal working groups know that there's lots of work going on kind of behind the scenes with Ume and Rachel, with Rachel Salmon's lead on the on this work, and we will be looking at all of these ideas and concerns and working in partnership with Ume, who I know is coming back to this session, but is also a key member of those meetings, as are many of the colleagues on the call who've been really helpfully feeding in. So I just wanted to say a huge thank you, and we've noted everything that's in the chat. We'll be pulling it all together, and this will be remaining on the agenda. We really appreciate your engagement in this session, and I think it's testament to how concerned we are in Hackney about the impact on our vulnerable residents that so many people have attended today. So I think we all share Stephen's concerns in relation those in in Hackney that are likely to be most affected by this, and your insight for those of you who are working with those groups is incredibly important to us, and we know you're kind of going above and beyond to be here today, particularly those in the voluntary sector. So I just wanted to say a huge thanks, and we will be keeping you updated through the newsletter on plans, but also have noted down those of you who are open to being involved with us in kind of developing some of these creative and proactive approaches, and seeing how we can work together to support residents to ensure that they don't drop off, and that the impact is as reduced as it can be. So thanks again for all the work you do with Hackney residents. I know that Neil did want to come in. Neil Clark did have something that he wanted to update on in this session. I don't know if you want the last word, Neil.
We'll pick up. We're getting together in 2 weeks. We'll pick up then, Jenny. I think my brain certainly had a good workout, and I suspect most others have. So I'll hold fire.
Yeah. And if you want to include something in the newsletter, Neil, on the update, so it goes out quicker, and then we can pick it up as a discussion next time we meet. But yeah, look forward to seeing you all again soon, and thanks again. And thanks,
my pleasure. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate your attention. And Pauline, and the question about SDP, please just get in touch with me offline, and I can address those directly. Thank you all so much. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.